Hi, this is Shira Rubinoff, President of Cybersphere, a Futurum Group company. We're on the road with 6.5 Media here at RSA 2024. I'm really happy to be joined by two of my CISO advisory board members, Jonathan Nguyen and Matthew Rosenquist. Thrilled to have you both here with me today, and I'm really excited about our conversation. But before we get there, I'd love if you'd introduce yourselves to our audience, tell them who you are and what you do besides being wonderful advisory board members to my practice. Of course, that's the most important part of your job, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm Jonathan Nguyen, and I've been a cybersecurity practitioner, operator, recovering CISO for about 26 years. Started at Verizon. From there, I spent 7 years at Fortinet, where I was the first field CISO for an OEM vendor, and now that's a standard category in the profession. So now I'm at Intel. So I'm the field CISO at Intel, and I run the Zero Trust practice area there. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Matthew Rosenquist. I've been in the industry 35 years. At 24 at Intel, I did escape. CISO, cybersecurity strategist, and I just have a passion for it. So I do a lot of thought leadership and out on the web, LinkedIn, videos, fun stuff.
Well, welcome, RSA 2024. So big topic, and we've talked off camera about this at length in different conversations. True, proactive cybersecurity. And yes, we all kind of say, what is that? But before we get there, as we know in the past, cybersecurity has been more reactive. What do you do once it occurs, not if a cyber attack should occur? We all know it's happening. Yeah. So being reactive, what do we do to prepare? All these organizations are saying no. As we know in the field, we have to be proactive as well as reactive. And we've had many conversations about what is true proactive cybersecurity. How do organizations get themselves prepared proactively in cybersecurity? And backups or being proactive along that, that's really being reactive proactive, we discussed off camera. So I'd love to throw that question out to both of you. Yeah. What do you believe is, the first question, what do you believe is real proactive cybersecurity? And then we're going to get into what are companies doing today as they're talking about that they are proactive, but in a sense it's really being proactive reactive. So loaded questions. I will start with you, Matthew. You look ready to burst. You have so much to say, so please share with our audience what you believe real proactive cybersecurity is.
Well, we're on a kick, right? And it's part of the marketing swirls. We like to talk about being proactive. Why? Because it tends to be more efficient, right? An ounce of cure an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. So we realize when we look at the prediction prevention, that allows us to avoid loss. That's where we want to be. On the back end of what we do is we try and minimize when loss happens. So yes, we need that. We absolutely do need that, but we know where the value proposition is. If we can avoid loss through deterrence or blocking or whatnot, that's where the real value is. So everybody wants to get there, but again, we tend to mischaracterize, right? Having your backups, having crisis response plans and things of that sort, all necessary and important.
Sure.
But that's really dealing with how do I detect something and respond to it quickly? How do I shrink the loss I'm going to have?
Yep.
Whereas we often do not look at, well, how do we actually prevent the loss? That's where we want to go. Yep. And we've got some baseline things in there, closing vulnerabilities and things of that sort. But we haven't yet achieved that next level. Yeah. And when we look at a lot of organizations, and I know you've seen this as well, most of the focus is I'm going to look inside my four walls, look at my vulnerabilities, look at my strengths, my weaknesses, look at my compliance. And that's great. That's an important piece of the puzzle. But if you really want to be effective with an intelligent adversary, you have to look outside your four walls. You have to see who is your opposition. What are their capabilities? What are their objectives and their methods? What are they going to target? And if you can start aligning your resources and weighting it there, that's where we actually really get proactive.
I got to jump on that for a moment. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you literally hit the nail on the head with that. Because as you said, a lot of organizations are looking internally, but we forget about the adversaries and we forget about the bad actors out there. Yeah. And we talk about AI helping us in terms of technology advancement in order to protect ourselves. But think about the bad actors, how they're coming in at the speed and the ways that they're coming into our organizations and looking at their capabilities and what we need to do to mitigate those risks. So I love what you said there. And Jonathan, please jump in here.
So, cybersecurity is kind of an irony. When I first started, we called it network security because we were moats and keeps, perimeter, that didn't work.
Yep.
We'll protect information. It became information security. Oh, that didn't work. Now we have cybersecurity where we start off with assumed breach and assumed compromise. We start with failure. And to give an idea of where we really are in cybersecurity, there's a maturity curve that goes blind, reactive, proactive, predictive. Mm-hmm. So 2 years out of the career was spent on the Verizon DBIR. And there's one stat that rings true to this day, which is between 50 and 70% of all data breaches are discovered by third parties.
Correct.
Meaning the internal security team was blind. So despite $230 billion in spend this year, more regulations than ever before, more people working than ever before, we're somewhere between blind and reactive. We are nowhere near proactive, let alone predictive. Sure. When everyone's talking about AI, it seems somewhere along the way, we never really got the basics right so that we could advance to go forth, right? That sounds like marriage counseling, isn't it? It's like, get the basics right, spend some time with your family, get to know them better, and then go on to things. But the practical reality is that we have been in such an arms race, an accelerated idea. We've got to solve the shiny squirrel running in the background that we're missing on basics. And so absolutely, I think it's also looking at your adversaries. They work in formal and informal teaming arrangements. They're far more efficient because they use the market as a mechanism to advance the attack. Mm-hmm. And I say, look, you've got to think about your, quote, attack surfaces when the code is being developed. So security begins at code development through end of life. It doesn't begin once you put something in production. So the idea of being true, proactive security means essentially shifting left, thinking broadly, thinking of all the possible risk approaches, finding a reasonable way to mitigate that and enable the business at the same time. So I think we're a long way from proactive. I'm still trying to help people get from blind to reactive.
Yeah.
Just get the basics.
Because if you're missing the attack and you're missing the fact that you're owned, you're not ready to be proactive. There's a whole lot of those basic things that we're missing.
Well, certainly, I will say in our industry, we have come a long way about not just working in our own silo and keeping our trade secrets and our information to ourselves, which has been the case for so long. But we have advanced and we are sharing information. We're working together. We're working as a team in order to be better together, better, stronger. But they've been ahead of us for so much longer. The bad actors, that have adversaries, they've been working as units, as teams, sharing information to infiltrate us in our weakest points, one after the other, coming at us from all directions, while we were sitting in little silos saying, hey, I'm going to be better by myself. Yeah. So we've opened that up a little bit. What can we do as an industry better? How can we move this along so we are not just keeping up with the problems that are coming at us, but getting ahead, stepping in front of it? Again, being more proactive. Jonathan?
So, one of the things that I think is the best practice is this rule of 3-2-1-1-0. Okay. And so if you go back to NotPetya and the way that Maersk was able to recover is because they had an immutable copy, which they didn't realize, but it was a server that was offline in West Africa and Ghana. Right. And so they physically took that server to Scotland and rebuilt that global enterprise. So the rule of 3-2-2-1-0 is this idea that you have 3 copies of your data, 2 types of media, one off-site, one immutable leads to 0 surprises. In all of cybersecurity, we talk about SLAs that are either available, based on availability or best effort. So one idea is aligning your recovery around an immutable copy that's backed up based upon the SLAs of your business. And that way you can always back things up
but
and
adding
always restore.
In, making sure that data is trustworthy and hasn't been compromised.
So that I think
there's little pieces there.
That's the biggest theme I think of this conference right now.
Yes.
Everyone talks about AI, everyone talks about technologies and tools. I said, how do you know you can actually trust the inferences being generated by that Gen AI SOC assistant? How do you really know that that's the right recommendation? Oh, that's an indicator of attack. That's an indicator of compromise. When it's really something rather normal. It reminds me of when we had a request to mitigate a DDoS attack, and I said, something's not right here. It doesn't seem like a DDoS attack. Oh, it's Thanksgiving. It's a store that sells baked hams. Could it possibly be a Groupon exercise and they sort of self-DDoS themselves? It's that thing. If I had gone with what this AI platform at that point suggested I do, deep hole, this, that, it would be several tens of millions of dollars worth of revenue.
For sure, but AI still in its infancy. Everyone's saying rely on AI, we're using AI, trust us.
Yeah.
AI is helping everything. Hang on a second, pull back. We are not at the level to trust AI the way that organizations are saying to trust it.
Yeah.
We're just learning the
right.
capabilities. Yes, it's helping in certain areas that can be trusted, but it's not this global AI, hey, here we are. Can you talk to that point, Matthew?
AI is a tool, and it's an incredibly powerful tool. It's like splitting the atom or creating the World Wide Web or something of that level. And so there's tremendous potential, and people see that. And we even see early instances providing tremendous value. So everybody rushes towards it. Just like when cloud came out, everybody rushed towards it. And yet what we're not looking at it is no matter how powerful the tool is, there is always an equitable level of risk that comes with it. And with AI, you have a tremendous amount of ambiguity, and it's tough to validate things, especially when you get into from machine learning down into deep learning and things of that sort. So we're rushing to go after that brass ring so fast, we're not pausing to understand what are the risks.
Yep.
What am I willing to take risks for? How does that impact everything else that I deal with?
Yep.
We're not following, again, those fundamentals. Those
Yes.
fundamentals of risk management. You have an entirely new technology that you don't understand that's going to evolve quickly, that's going to be implemented even faster.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that, it fundamentally affects your entire risk dynamic of what you're trying to protect. It can undermine your confidentiality. It can take out your availability. It can cause havoc if done wrong or if misused.
Correct.
So we have to see that, and we're not. We're still rushing towards, there's bags of money over there.
Yeah.
Go get it, go get it, go get it. How can we use it? How can we use it? That's the question versus should we use it in this particular means?
You jumped on something and you said, they don't stop and pause. I would say that is probably the number one tip in cybersecurity that everybody should think about, whether it's personal, whether it's organizational. Everybody's moving at warp speed. We're multitasking. We have all these requirements. We have lots of things we have to accomplish. We're multitasking, making teams go, talking to 100 different people. On a personal level, stop and pause and think you're not being phished, hacked, all that. If you stop and pause, 9 out of 10 times you'll be okay. Organizations, as you said, stop and pause. Am I actually looking at every piece I need to look at?
Yeah.
Am I thinking about all the pieces that need to be thought about before I act? Or am I just acting because if I don't act quickly, I think I'm going to have a bigger problem? And that stop and pause is the most critical human aspect of cybersecurity. And this is something I speak about all the time. The people, the process, the technology, great people, great technology. That glue, the process, comes in so many different flavors. But the stop and pause on both ends to bring it all together is something that will actually make the cybersecurity proactivity, even reactivity, be appropriate for organization. So here's another question I'm going to throw out. A lot of organizations say, yes, we back up off-prem, we back up on-prem, we have different types of backups as you were discussing, and we guarantee that our backups have not been breached. They're 100% perfect copies, timely, in real time, everywhere you could count on it 100%.
Yeah.
Jonathan, can that be done?
It can be done, but look at the examples that are in our industry today.
Yes.
Marriott announced last week that for 5 years they'd been telling the public that they were using encryption when the practical reality is they weren't.
They weren't.
Now we look at the privacy requirements, data sovereignty, digital sovereignty, and so I think there's now an idea of third-party attestation, separation of duties. You were at Intel, I'm at Intel, we talk about confidential computing and the ability, the nirvana state where a third party provides the attestation around the confidentiality and the integrity of a trusted execution environment. So yes, it can be done. The devil's in the details as we actually go through it. This idea of confidential computing as a consortium is only, 4 or 5 years old?
Sure.
Right? It's not even a Gartner recognized category yet, so there's no coverage. So
they'll get there.
But
Yeah,
they need to create. A lot of new topics are being created based on need, understanding, and the need to fill an answer.
And then we go to the plateau of despair, right? So yes.
Without being negative.
No.
No.
I think we're just, the practicalities of it, the technology exists, we're fine-tuning it, but there's a lack of understanding about the need to have that. And I think moving forward, I think if you begin to conceive of the idea, confidential computing is as impactful as a move from HTTP to HTTPS. I mean, no one would ever go back to that, right? Of course it's encrypted now.
Yep.
So the idea, of course, do you think you would use computing or trust a model on a platform where you can't attest to the confidentiality and the integrity of that model and the data and the inferences? And you talk about speed. So we're on the Autobahn. We're in a level 5, fully autonomous BMW. We're doing 125 kilometers an hour. We're about to go into a turn. Your model on that connected platform, the smart infrastructure says, you don't need to decelerate, Jonathan. What is the level of confidence interval that you need to have to trust to be in that vehicle? So, you know, going back to business school, what's the level of confidence interval? Is it at a 99.97 level of confidence that you would trust your life and well-being, let alone a heavily regulated industry like healthcare or industrial application and using AI and data? So, yeah, I think we're beginning to see that you have to be able to trust not only the workload, the model, the applications, the inferences, the data, all of those things call for this convergence of networking, security, what my generation used to call computing, now it's called cloud.
Yeah, sure.
And that all three have to work together. Talk about breaking down silos, right?
For sure, for
so
sure.
I always, when I speak to operators, they're trying to break down silos. I don't want to work just on the cybersecurity portion. I need to make sure I understand the cloud. I need to understand the networking components. Yet I go to vendors, and vendors come to me, and they come in silos. Like, oh, here's my security product, here's my networking product, here's my cloud product, and they still work in silos. And you're so right, the adversary doesn't work in silos.
No, they don't.
They work in virtual teams.
Well, let's dial this back for a moment. Even the human nature piece. We talk about the different parts and all the breaches that happen based on human error.
Yeah.
Think back, remember the game Candy Crush? We all remember that. In order to play that game, you had to give over pretty much everything. My contact list, my password, your firstborn, pretty much everything. Everybody wanted to play that game, but nobody read the terms of engagement, kind of like that whole Facebook breach that happened a while ago. Yeah. But people were pushed and wanted to based on human need and want. Yeah, it's fine. I won't be a product of whatever's going to come my way. I want to play this game because everybody's doing it.
Yeah.
I would almost contrast that in the security fields where we have to get things done, but maybe there's a bit of a security piece here that it's going to take too long to get around it. So I'll kind of circumvent that and I'll make it happen because I need to. I may not look for the right security protocol or make sure something's in place, but I need to get this done because time's a ticking and business needs to move it along. What would you say to that, Matthew?
I think you're touching on a larger systemic problem. And I'm going to say something controversial, and I know people are going to hate it.
No, you need to.
But if we look at, okay, what are the problems here and how do we patch it? We need to see, well, what's the root of the problem? Why are we in this mode of, okay, we think that backups is somehow prevention. If we look at our industry, most CISOs have come up through technical ranks.
Yes.
Engineers and architects.
Yep.
Engineers and architects are trained, their brains are designed to solve problems, to fix a problem. I will fix the problem and I will move on.
Right.
When you look at people from backgrounds of law enforcement and military, where they're dealing with intelligent adversaries, or semi-intelligent adversaries, let's give them the benefit of the doubt, they don't view it that way. It's not, I can go in and fix and solve the problem and be done. Just like the question you asked, can we secure backups and make them completely confident? That's an engineering question.
Correct.
To me, that's the wrong question to ask. The right question to ask is, can our adversaries undermine our technology and our processes to do that?
I think that's a pretty easy answer there.
Well,
so how do we get around that?
But we don't ask that. We ask the engineer and the architect, can you make this secure? Well,
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Encrypt this, do this, we're done, I'm on to the next product. No.
But then there's the intel piece. Do we know what the adversaries are doing to get into our systems? Do we know all the areas that they're touching upon in order to break in, to get intel in, whether it's also malicious insider threat, negligent insider threat, all this piece of intel that they were able to grab from our organizations in order to penetrate our organization, grab the data, and come and attack us with our own people.
But that's the thing. I think we're approaching it as a technology solution predominantly. And even when we look around here, we look at all the tech vendors, right? It's a tech problem, and I'm going to give you a tech solution. There is a higher layer that we need to be looking at from a strategic perspective in understanding those adversaries. Yes, technology is a very important part. It creates efficiency, effectiveness, scalability.
Right.
But you have to have the right design and the right mentality before you start implementing technology or process solutions or even behavioral solutions. And it's got to be mixed in at that higher level. And I believe we lack the CISOs nowadays that are technology oriented. They can't talk business. They can't talk to the C-suite.
Yeah.
They are looking to solve security. Yeah. And unfortunately, they even give themselves that expectation. They go to the C-suite, the CEO, and go, oh, yeah, your goal is that we're going to be impervious. So I fail if anything bad happens. Yeah. You've already failed. Yeah. You just don't know it yet. Yeah. Right? Whereas a more strategic view says, no, I'm going to manage the risk. How much do you want to spend? What willingness do you have for friction? Right? Maybe delay that product going out the door. And how much do you want to? Let's look at all of that, and we'll build a risk acceptance program that combines all this, knowing that I've got intelligent adversaries. But if we don't look at those intelligent adversaries, you're right. We don't have that intelligence. We don't understand what their motivations are, what their objectives, what their capabilities, the length they're willing to go to, the typical methods that they use. And we're blind.
Well, I would say, that almost talks to the point of digital transformation across all organizations from a business level. We have CISOs and we have COOs, we have the COs. Everybody has their role. They have their job. The security, the operations, business as usual, keep it moving quickly. CISO's more of the security space, what needs to be done, how to get done, and then there's the budgets. Yeah. There's never enough money to do everything. So we look at the pain points. What's a nice to have, need to have, must have right now, need to spend the budget, but it's never enough. So what if the organizations, and I talk about this quite a bit as well, as incentivize the business units to work together hand in hand? As you were just saying, we need to look at the business protocols as well, not just the security piece. So if the COO and the CISO and the other in the organization saying, let's look at this picture in your own silo. The way we used to in the past sat in our own silo on the job is not sharing information. A lot of organizations suffering from where even their C-suite not working together as a team because they can't. They're all incentivized differently. And a lot of organizations are having a hard time incentivizing their units to work together, and it's working against them. Jonathan, do you have any tips about that?
Yeah, so in last night's dinner, we had a discussion. We all mentor those, and the question I got was, well, what do I need to do to become that CISO in the Fortune 2000, the quote rock star, the person that makes seven figures? And the first thing you've got to think about is the business. So you are an agent of change, a business enabler. The object of the exercise in cybersecurity isn't how do you lock down an enterprise, it's how do you safely open it up. Yep. So, Gartner will tell you that in the next 2 years, 40% of the Global 2000 will generate a good portion, almost 20% of their revenue from digital products and services. So the object of the exercise is how do I create new and better trusted digital experiences, interactions with a brand. If you are the CISO or security professional that can unlock what marketing people call brand equity, what finance people call goodwill. The CIO of the Vitamin Shop told me that during the pandemic, that traditional brick and mortar company grew because they were able to create new and better ways for their customers, their partners, and their employees to interact with their brand. Yeah. Okay, so you're spot on. How do I manage risk at the same time balance compliance and grow the business? And it comes down to that group discussion. So the second big thing I've seen in our industry at this conference was the transformation of titles. So I think of us now as chief trust and security officers. And it's a profession. It's not even a title, it's a profession. It is. Because what we've transitioned from are delivering exceptional user experiences to trusted digital experiences. And that is the advent of AI. AI is the advent of more data than ever before. The reason why we have more data than ever before, we're more interconnected. And we use automated data-driven decision-making. If you think back to 2015 and Splunk's data fabric, listen to your data, then became the security fabric. All of that required machine learning, deep learning, artificial neural networks to process.
Trust.
And trust.
Trust.
Yeah. So at the end of the day now, the security professional's job is to deliver the trusted digital experience for that brand. And balancing that, say, okay, this is what I can do for you at this level, with this level spend, this level risk mitigation, and that's why under the SEC guidance on materiality and declaration, we're no longer CISOs. We are the VP, the SVP of Information Security at the office of the CISO, because that declaration is a business decision now.
Yeah.
I can't make that decision alone as a security person. I need a CFO, I need a COO, I need a general counsel, and I'm probably going to bring in external counsel that I've retained myself.
Well, you kind of now, you're actually touching on a very important point that I'm sure both of you have to deal with. Now, CISOs are responsible and have personal liabilities within their organization based on decision making and things they do within organizations. A lot of CISOs kind of left the field. And the real CISOs that really believe in what they're doing and want to do it, they're still here, but there's a lot of risk around all of you. How do you mitigate that? And how are you able to move forward in ways that you want to and need to in terms of really helping drive the company where it needs to go, but then saying, wait a second, I'm responsible for this. No skin off anyone else's back. This is my liability.
So I think there's a maturity growth, right? And we see the traditional CISO look to protect and maintain compliance.
Sure.
And that's your baseline. We see the next layer, especially when we see, again, those Fortune 1000, Fortune 2000 CISOs, they've moved into this, I'm going to enable the company.
That's right.
Right? It's not locking down, I'm going to open it up, just as you're saying. So I'm now an enabler of business group, and that's where you start getting some cooperation, especially with the profit centers.
Yeah.
Right, because enabling them to make money.
Sure.
There's a layer above that where I think we're going to see CISOs, very business savvy CISOs, unfortunately not the ones that stay in the technical space, but they're going to move into a space of how can we make cybersecurity a competitive advantage now. Again, all this is going into data services and everything else. I want to actually compete. I want to show our products and I want to market our security and our trust with our customers, with our business partners. And I also want lower insurance rates and other things of that sort.
Of course.
And then there's even a tier above that. And I'm seeing a few companies out there, some really, really brilliant CISOs, actually are so in tune with the overarching business goals, they're able to bring in organic revenue.
Yes. Yes.
And that's unheard of. And if you think about it, that fundamentally changes the role in the discussion. If you're a cost center CISO down here and you're protecting and you're doing compliance, every year you're begging for money, about 20% more every year. But you're not making any money. You're an overhead.
For sure.
And the business rule is, well, you optimize overhead and you reduce budget. And we're fighting against that tide. Lose. If we change that conversation to say, hey, we're adding business value, we're adding competitiveness, we're actually bringing in revenue, you're no longer the, may I please have some more, right? You're an active contributor to the success of the organization.
Of course.
That's where the successful CISOs are going to be.
So I have to tell you, apologies, we are coming to close on time. It was an amazing discussion, and I'm looking forward to having more with both of you and other members of our advisory board with so many topics. And this has been a very hot topic here at RSA 2024. But what I'd like to do is leave you both with a little business tip that you can leave our audience around cybersecurity, whether it being something personal that they themselves can think about within the organization, and maybe 10, 15 seconds about what can they do to maybe tighten up on their own personal cybersecurity or their business cybersecurity.
Sure.
Jonathan, please.
So having been a victim of about data breaches, including OPM and others, I would tell you the best piece of advice from a personal security perspective is to negate the risk. So get a credit freeze, not credit monitoring, but a credit freeze that negates the possibility of anyone, even if they had your data. So we assume breach, we should assume compromise. And so therefore, a credit freeze makes sure that no one can monetize your data. They can't take out a loan, line of credit, et cetera. That's a nice philosophy to have both personally and as an enterprise. For a security professional moving up the ranks in their career, irrespective of where they are today, think about the business side, right? Think about getting an MBA or taking some finance classes, understand the velocity, efficiency of capital.
Sure.
That example is great. One of the things I do today is I mentor CISOs on how to do just that.
That's great.
You know, how do you enable California Privacy Rights Act, thereby owning the customer relationship and walking into the CMO's office and say, I've just enabled your omni-channel customer engagement strategy.
There you go.
And if you can do that with metrics, that's the defining transition in most security professionals' careers. So yeah, absolutely. Personal level, increase your mitigation, and then professionally think on the business side.
Excellent advice. And Matthew?
Yeah, for me, and I mentor CISOs as well, you know, we always start off with, you have to have a good strategy.
Yeah.
You can't start with looking at what tools and toys and shiny objects and work your way up. you really need to build what is your strategy, what are your goals, and your goals better be tied to that organization superset goals, right? Is it revenue gain? Is it market share? Whatever. Your goals need to be aligned there to create realistic, measurable, achievable objectives that you can quantify. Then figure out as that expert, what tools, what toys, what processes, what training, whatever. But you then become the expert to have those goals. If you start at the bottom and work your way up, you will never win, you will never succeed, and anything that goes bad is an absolute failure. If you start from the top and define those good goals, you realize there is that margin of error, and that's the trade-off between the cost and the friction. Everybody's okay with that.
Yep.
And you can then manage to success instead of fearing any failure.
Well, excellent advice as well. Well, Jonathan and Matthew, thank you so much for joining us here today, and I'm sure our audience gained a lot from your knowledge and your business tips, and I look forward to speaking to you both again many times very, very soon.
Looking forward
and
to it.
This is Shira Rubinoff on the road with 6.5 Media, broadcasting live on Broadcast Alley here at RSA 2024. Thank you for joining us here today, and we'll be back soon. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Krista Maycomber with Techstrong TV, and we are live here at the RSA conference. I have the pleasure of sitting down with Anand Aswal, who is the SVP and GM of the network security business with Palo Alto Networks. Anand, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, how is the show going for you so far? Yeah,
already,
yeah, I know it's
busy.
already busy, right? I know we're sitting here actually early Monday afternoon, but the conference is already, as you can see, full swing. And so, Anand, I figured we would kind of jump right into it. So, no. Hello, I'm Krista Maycomber with Techstrong TV, and we are live here at the RSA conference. I have the pleasure of sitting down with Anand Aswal, who is the SVP and GM of the network security business with Palo Alto Networks. Anand, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, how is the show going for you so
great.
far? Yeah,
already,
yeah, I know it's
busy.
already busy, right? I know we're sitting here actually early Monday afternoon, but the conference is already, as you can see, full swing. And so, Anand, I figured we would kind of jump right into it. So, no. Hello, I'm Krista Maycomber with Techstrong TV, and we are live here at the RSA conference. I have the pleasure of sitting down with Anand Aswal, who is the SVP and GM of the network security business with Palo Alto Networks. Anand, thank you so much for joining.
Hey everyone, we're back here live in San Francisco for our continuing RSA coverage. It's Wednesday. I guess technically it's day 3 of RSA, though a lot kind of took place the first 2 days. This is, to me, always the hump day, right? This is the work day. And we got a lot of going on here. We're happy to join us. I'm joined by a good friend of mine, Amit Sinha. Amit is the CEO of DigiCert. If you're not familiar with DigiCert, you're probably a customer and don't even realize it. But Amit will explain that to you. Amit, it's a pleasure to have you back here. You always visit us at RSA, or actually, I like one of my favorite conferences is going to your user conference.
Oh, that's awesome.
In
Thank
Vegas.
you.
When is that this year? Is that?
Yeah, we had our Digital Trust Summit last September. We're
Right.
actually doing a Trust Summit roadshow.
This year we're doing a roadshow.
To 6 cities. I'll be in London and Munich next week, and then followed by Melbourne and Tokyo. So we'd love to have you back.
If you want to take me to Melbourne, I'm always down for a trip to Melbourne. But
All right.
one of my favorite cities.
I appreciate that.
And
Alan.
I've never been to Tokyo, so we could do that too. But we could talk. Anyway, Amit, as I said, if they don't know who DigiCert is, they're probably your customer.
Yeah.
Tell them a little bit, if you can. Who is DigiCert? What goes on there?
So DigiCert's the global leader of digital trust. Digital trust is foundational infrastructure that makes sure all our interactions that we do online, between users and businesses or business to business is secure and trustworthy, right?
Yep.
I mean, when you connect to a bank, how do you know it's the bank's legitimate website? How do you know your communication is encrypted? When you download software from an app store, how do you know it came from Apple or Google?
Yep.
When you sign a document, how does it hold up in a court of law saying, hey, Alan really signed it? So all of this is based on cryptography, authentication, encryption, and DigiCert's the leading provider of solutions and infrastructure that makes it happen.
Absolutely. So Amit, I'm familiar with DigiCert for many years already, and I've been in this industry for a very long time. And I've seen a real evolution around this whole concept of digital trust. I think when I first became cognizant, aware of the whole digital trust issue, digital trust was a people thing. Right? Digital trust was, is this really Amit? Yeah. Is this really Alan? Are they really them?
Right.
And e-commerce, right? Am I really connecting to the bank that it says it is? Am I really, that kind of thing? Then, with the rise of Internet of Things and the rise of, the whole machine identity, digital trust became not just trust of a person, but trust of a machine.
Yeah.
Was this really that website? Was this really that sensor? Was this?
Yep.
And funny, DigiCert remains at the pinnacle of each of these movements. And the funny thing is, we went from having, 400 million people on the internet to 600 million to literally billions of machine identities. And you guys are securing and allowing us to have trust in all of them.
Yep.
Now, for the first time, I think we've entered a third era of digital trust.
Yeah.
Right? This third era is trusted content.
Absolutely. Yeah.
New ball game.
Yeah. No. Look.
Are we throwing the cards up? How do we do this?
Well, look, you're absolutely right. I mean, DigiCert's been in business for 20 years. And initially, trust was about, is this my banking website? Can I trust it?
Right.
Fast forward to today, there will be 75 billion IoT devices, 10 times more than humans.
Yeah.
So DigiCert, for example, provides identities to 1 billion TVs in Europe.
Oh my God.
We are, we are providing birth certificates to air conditioners in India. We are getting into EVs. We are the first neutral certificate authority for North American plug-and charge standard.
Really? Okay.
So when you connect your EV, how
we
does
know
your
it's
car
really
know
you. Maybe you
Alan's
can tell me
car?
if they're really working. I've had problems, but that's a whole other story.
It's early days,
yes.
but you can imagine, you connect your car to a charging network. How does it know it's Alan's EV
I get
and
it.
what account to bill. So you're absolutely right. I mean, the number of things that need trust at a foundational layer is just exploding. Now, 80% of Fortune 500 are DigiCert customers, and they originally, interacted with us on websites and securing kind of their public domains. But look within all of these organizations, and it's not uncommon for them to have, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of cryptographic assets, from workloads to servers to machines to IoT, OT devices. And they all need identities, they all need authentication and encryption. And a huge challenge there becomes, how do I manage trust lifecycle across all of these devices? Because the validity durations and secrets and keys are getting shorter lived, and you want to make sure that you are first issuing these tokens to the right devices and then kind of managing the whole life cycle. Now, you made a very interesting comment. So we've talked about, in a typical enterprise, there might be servers, load balancers, Kubernetes workloads, user devices for email encryption, for Wi-Fi authentication. But fast forward to today, the theme at RSA is all about AI, right? And the same cryptographic mechanisms have been used to secure content. For example, when you sign a document, it is using the same RSA mechanisms or other signing mechanisms to lock down the content so you can edit it and have a signature on it. The question these days now is, we live in a world where AI is generating content, right? What are some of the new content challenges? And DigiCert's helping in two ways. The first way, which is very obvious, you're in the media business, right? How do I know that this video that we are recording and is released later on is authentic? It's not been edited. Maybe someone deepfaked something that I didn't want to say. Or maybe,
well, I'm not really Alan.
Yeah, you're not really Alan, right? So how do I, we're working with a lot of content platforms and content creators to be able to certify authenticity, right? That, hey, this is really a Techstrong video, right? And here's the timestamp, here's the metadata, here's the list of changes applied, here's the ownership, right? So it's called kind of the manifest of content, digitally signed, so you can't tamper with it. So that's one area, and we're working with the usual suspects, and we influence a lot of industry standards in this area. The second, which is a huge theme around, is how do I trust AI, right? That's a wild, wild west. And
is that a bit of an oxymoron?
Look, if you look at these large language models, right? I saw a demo where all these LLMs have been trained on kind of the knowledge on the internet, right? So they kind of know everything. But if you ask an LLM, how do I rob a bank? They'll say, well, politely, we're not allowed to tell you that, because after that training, they've been trained on values, right?
Okay.
Now, all of these open source models that are out there, you can go ahead and fine tune them with your data and actually inject backdoors. You can override their values training and inject backdoors. So the question in a lot of enterprises' minds is, my developers are downloading all these libraries and these cool, ML models, but I don't even know what's inside them, right? Maybe it has a backdoor, and it goes back to that whole software supply chain integrity with all this AI getting injected into it. So there again, we work with a lot of software companies. We integrate with their DevOps and CI/CD. We can inspect software. We can tell them these libraries or these models are certified and they're good. And if you use these kosher components, what you're shipping out is generally trustworthy, and we sign it, right? So just like you trust an app in the App Store more than something that's out in the wild, wild west, you want to get to a place where kind of the software supply chain with all these AI models is producing trustable software with a bill of materials and all the associated standards around it.
And it's the biggest thing. Well, AI is the biggest thing, but software supply chain security, SBOMs, all this is also
it's just exacerbating the problem with AI. So you're right. Like now, we're talking about, we started with trusting web servers, then we went to trusting servers, workloads, infrastructure components, to users, to devices, and now we're getting into the world of like content and software.
So, speaking now as a content provider, it irks me that my content that I pay good money to produce
Right.
is out there being used by these models for these things. And I'm of two minds. One is I'm flattered, but I'd like to get paid for it.
Yeah.
Two is I'm like cutting my own throat because I'm giving my advantage to other people, and underlying all that is the possibility that it could be subverted, sort of used against me, if you will.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Right, because it won't be real or what have you.
Yeah, no.
And this is a problem for me.
No, look, I mean, this is a hairy media rights problem in a much bigger scale, right? So, look, there are companies working on training data governance and the ability to ask Alan, hey, Alan, do you give me permission to use your content
and
to train
is it really
my...
Alan giving you permission is a whole threshold question.
And that is a big problem, right?
It's like a Russian doll kind of thing. There's problems within problems here. But nevertheless, it's something we need to figure out.
It's a larger problem to solve. Digital rights management for training data in this crazy world of AI, right?
But you know what? At the end of the day, it's a great problem for DigiCert. Sounds like business to me, right? I mean, this is something you guys can really jump into.
Behind trusting content, certifying, it remains the same.
Absolutely.
Now, the one thing I will mention, there's a lot of talk around quantum computing, and the reason why there is so much discussion is because the availability of cryptographically relevant quantum computers is an extinction level event for all of the trust that I talked about.
Exactly.
Because
there's another horizon thing.
Because all the
we
math,
don't have enough to worry about.
All the math that protects all the stuff that we talked about is based on the fact that current computers will take tens of thousands of years to break those codes. But a quantum computer can do those things in minutes. It's just the availability of stable cryptographically relevant computers. But the funny thing now is there's an arms race going on between Microsoft and IBM and Google, and Microsoft and Quantinuum just announced that they have error correction in quantum computers that are 1,000x better now. So I look at this as like a Y2K times 10 problem of our generation without a date, right?
Open-ended.
Open-ended. But NIST, for example, has released those 4 algorithms which are quantum safe, right? 1 for key encryption and 3 for signing.
I mean, it's basic plumbing, right?
It's back to hey, give me something better than RSA and Diffie-Hellman, and that is going to get released as FIPS standards in summer this year. So a lot of the conversations that we are having with our customers is, how do I prepare? And it boils down to basics. Step 1, have an inventory of all cryptographic assets within your organization. And our Trust Lifecycle Manager will scan your network, will work with agents and tools within your environment and give you a full inventory. Then you start working on prioritizing and automating. For example, in order to be crypto agile, you can't wait for Q day to happen and then say, oh my God, I need a 5-year plan to replace all of these things, right? So progressive organizations, Alan, are just doing the lifecycle management with discovery, automation, and then when PQC standards are available and post-quantum certificates and post-quantum key encryption is available, you just start swapping these things out. There.
But you know what? So, not to pat ourselves on the back,
right?
But the quantum one is one where I feel we did see it coming.
Yep.
We have done some really foundational things that are making this better, and I don't want to use the word confident, but I'm optimistic that we got the tiger by the tail here, that we're going to make this isn't going to be an extinction level. Just like Y2K didn't shut the world down, the move to quantum won't shut us down here either. We're on top of it. I think the bigger issue, I think, from a lot of people's point of view is let's call it the boy who cried wolf, which is we've been hearing quantum, quantum, quantum.
That's part of the challenge. But I think, look, NSA has been working and NIST has been working on this. The standards are out. FIPS standards, I think they're called 203, 204, and 205 for signing and key encryption will be out this summer, right? You look at Cloudflare blogs, they'll talk about some close to 20% of traffic to them using quantum encryption, right, for keys. Chrome, the latest browser version, supports quantum key encryption, right? So, yes, quantum computers have always been a 10-year horizon event, and that's been part of the challenge because, CISOs and security organizations have so many issues and problems, and how do I prioritize my calories? There's zero trust, there's identity, there's AI. And when they hear, hey, the quantum computer is 5 years away, they're like, okay, let's wait for it. I got 5 years.
Talk to me in 4.
Yeah, talk to me in 4. But the issue is that this is kind of core infrastructure upgrade, right? So you need to start preparing for crypto agility and at least look at your crown jewels and, what are my long-lived software libraries? Do I have 20-year-old contracts that need to get, rekeyed and protected? If I'm launching satellites, I'm not going to send another rocket behind it to do a PQC upgrade, right?
So it's an expensive
process. So, to kind of bring more awareness, especially with Chrome and Cloudflare and all of this, DigiCerts announced September 26th as the first International Quantum Readiness Day, right?
So hold on. September 26th.
Yes.
Quantum Readiness Day.
Yes.
QRD.
QRD. Okay, I like that acronym. So.
Yeah, well, everything's an acronym. Got to get a marketing team. But so, what are we going to do on QRD?
Well, look, NIST standards will be out there. We're going to talk about what progressive organizations are doing, what can organizations that are struggling with budgets and priorities start doing to prepare. What are some of the best practices? I mean, a lot of the challenge that organizations have is it's such a big problem, they don't know where to start.
Yep.
So, we have launched a PQC advisor program where our experts talk to organizations and kind of guide them, hey, step 1, let's build an inventory. Step 2, let's figure out, what are your crown jewel things and what needs to happen there. And here's kind of a plan. We've launched a PQC lab where people can play around with, PQC based digital certificates, measure performance, key sizes, just kind of get their hands dirty in a real sandbox, right? So International Quantum Readiness Day is to bring more visibility and kind of raise the industry awareness to all
How
this.
can our audience participate in this? What could we do? Or is it too early yet? Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. You're going to hear about a lot of things that are happening. But hey, you can go to digicert.com/labs and you can play around with our PQC labs. If you are struggling, reach out and we'll be happy to connect you with our PQC advisors that, will help you with crypto agility even today. By the way, even if quantum computers never happen, which is unlikely, right?
It's happening.
The crypto agility is such an important thing with all the, Microsoft's gotten into problem with key management and, secret durations are getting shorter and shorter, and CISOs today struggle with outages, even basic things, A critical service has a cert that expired, right? Even Elon Musk wasn't immune to it, right? He tweeted about the Starlink ground stations globally being down because of an expired cert, right? So the ability to kind of manage your cryptography in an automated way across the life cycle is a very core requirement with or without quantum computers. And it certainly helps you with
quantum, you're going to need it.
Yeah.
September 26th, remember that date. Okay, we got that. What else?
Well, look, the future for DigiCert's bright, Alan. I just hired a new CFO, a new CMO, and a new CRO.
Really?
Yes.
Good for you. I'm glad to hear that.
We're kind of marching towards $1 billion in annual recurring revenue. We're a private company. We don't publicly talk about financials, but we are a very strong business.
That's a great, and it's a big mark, man.
And we really are grateful to our customers and partners for trusting us. Because trust is the core of what we do.
But that trust has been earned.
Yes, it's
Digicert.com, digicert.com. Check it out, September 26th. Amit, it's always a pleasure to see you, man.
Thank you, Alan.
Good luck on the rest of your world tour, right?
Thank you.
And hopefully we'll catch up again soon.
Always have fun chatting with you. Thank you for having me.
Pleasure, man.
All right.
Amit Sinha, CEO of Digicert, here on Techstrong TV. We're going to take a break. We're back on live at RSA all day.
Awesome.
Stay tuned.
Thank you.
Ashley here at RSAC 2024 in San Francisco. I don't know what day it is. It's Wednesday. It depends on how many days you've been here. But we have some more great conversations. We're going to be talking about a really cool announcement about an organization that's been formed and launched while we're here. I'm joined by a couple of great gentlemen, Walter and Dimitri. I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves first, and then we'll talk about this announcement. So, Walter, if you would go.
Yeah, nice to be here, Mitch. Walter Capitani, Senior Director of Technical Product Management at CodeSecure.
Excellent. Fantastic.
And I'm Dimitri Redman. I'm CTO and co-founder at Cybit, and we are software supply chain security company.
Okay, great. Now we kind of know where we're coming from. So tell us about the announcement, that this organization that you've launched. You want to go?
Of course. So what's great about this announcement is that it all ties to a lot of regulations and government activities, right? It goes to things like FDA and CRA in Europe, and also Executive Order 14028, right? All of these regulations, they demanding for software-based product producers to be able to create SBOM, which stands for Software Bill of Material, and then also to be able to share it with their customers, right? And one of the challenges there is really, okay, so how do I produce the SBOM if I'm a software producer? But it's even a bigger challenge of how do I get that SBOM if I'm software product consumer, right? I'm installing this database, I'm installing this IP surveillance camera in my offices, in my network, in my enterprise. How do I know what's inside it, right? I want eventually to understand the asset better so I can also understand my risk and mitigate them. And that's all of this started, and I think we partnered for already a very long time ago on different things, but we came up with this great idea jointly, actually, right? We almost like design partners in this, where we said, okay, there are companies that they will need these SBOMs now or tomorrow, either to be compliant with the regulation or either to get them because they want to be more secure, they want to improve their security posture of their organization. So how do they get that? And today, mostly, it's quite complex, because what companies are doing, and they would go to different companies that are doing something called BCA, binary composition analysis, and they would start, engagements and POCs and decisions and onboardings, and sometimes it takes months, if not years, to choose the right tool. And then when they're choosing the tool, also they discover, okay, it's not covers all of our use cases, right? So that's kind of where we came up with this idea of binary composition analysis marketplace, because we as a Cybit, we don't create these SBOMs, we just help our customers to manage them. And there are great companies like CodeSecure that they're actually really good at creating these SBOMs at very high quality. And that's where we found this partnership very beneficial, where we could bring a technology with very fresh approach of PLG, which stands for product-led growth, right, to the market, and make this technology available quickly to the customers so they can, fulfill that requirement and need.
Fantastic. Well, binary composition analysis, that kind of says it all, right? I mean, think about software bill of materials. Doesn't mean that's what actually gets delivered into production or downloaded or whatever you get that executable from. Things can happen during that creation or build process. Talk a little bit about, so the name of this is Binary Composition Analysis Marketplace?
That's right,
is that
BCA
right?
Marketplace, correct.
Okay, very good. Tell us a little bit more about, how does this work? How does it function? And what can people do because we have this now?
Yeah, so we at CodeSecure have been developing our binary composition analysis technology for quite a while, so it's very mature, and we've worked with a lot of customers to help them develop, techniques and processes to deliver a true SBOM out of their binary package, let's say that they're distributing their software, or even software they receive from a third party. But the challenges, some of the ones that Dimitri has mentioned, is that you've got procurement processes that take a long time, you're evaluating while you're trying to actually solve the problem, and so one of the nice parts about the BCA marketplace, it makes it easy and fast to start generating SBOMs that you can use today. And with a combination of accurate SBOMs generated with CodeSecure's binary analysis and the Cybit's SBOM management that lets you manage, manipulate, view, and share your SBOMs, together you have an easy-to-use solution that you can try with low risk and a low commitment in terms of your own organization's time and resources.
Okay, excellent. Am I understanding this correctly then, is
Are you analyzing like the executable or whatever the file formats are after they've been built and packaged and delivered in whatever form, to then go back and validate what's actually in it? Is that the stage you're looking at, or is it part of the build process that you're producing this?
Yeah, so definitely you can do it at both stages, but we really recommend you're doing this at a packaging and release step.
Okay.
And certainly if you're receiving software from a third party, you know, recently we had a pretty high profile VPN breach, for example. So if you have known vulnerabilities in open source components that are part of those types of software, and you're an end user of that software, you have no visibility into the source code, but this way you can actually generate a binary-based software bill of materials. If you're a producer of software, this allows you to validate what you think you know from your built software versus what you're actually packaging and sending out the door. You know, organizations like SolarWinds, for example, when they had their large breach, they responded by putting checks and balances in place to make sure that what is built by source code is actually what's going out the door as binary code. And that's another place where the BCA marketplace can help you validate that information.
Well, we've come a long way from the checksum days, have we not?
That's right.
MD5.
Sure. Yeah, exactly.
For sure. So talk about the marketplace. What does that mean that this is a marketplace for that? Can you say a little bit, Dimitri, about it?
So the marketplace is a place where you can go and you can get yourself basically credits, right? So you're buying a credit, and now you can use these credits against multiple engines to send your binaries and get the scan results, right? And we will have multiple vendors on the marketplace, of course, and CodeSecure is the first one to join us. And the thing is that it's like a toolbox eventually, right? Some tools are better for binary files that have been used in automotive space, and they're using all these special operating systems like AutoZar and others. Some binary scanners are really good at Windows operating system, right? So you really will have the variety to choose the right tool for the right mission, and that's what really strong at the marketplace. Right?
Very good. Is this intended for technology suppliers bringing their products to market, or enterprises, practitioners can also use this capability?
We're working with a lot of different types of entities, for example. So one, obviously very important and exciting market is for medical devices, for example, because the FDA has put in lots of new legislation that essentially are requiring SBOMs as part of validating your cybersecurity. And if you look even further to the EU with the Cybersecurity Resiliency Act, that affects essentially any consumer product or professional product that has a digital element to it. So, it's hard to think of something that doesn't have a digital element today.
Good point.
So in both those cases, right, you have a regulatory environment that is really pushing you for the devices you produce to have a good understanding of the software bill of materials and the vulnerabilities that might be in that. But looking further off to the enterprise, for example, and this is where it's important to what Dimitri mentioned about multiple engines, because there will be enterprises that have everything from firmware to enterprise level software that they want to scan, and they may get different results from different tools. They might want to use multiple tools, multiple engines to scan, and so that's all supported by the BCA marketplace and the credit system that Dimitri's talking about.
Okay. Maybe a dumb question, you mentioned devices. Is kind of tamper-proof chips and those kind of device levels part of this, or pure software form software? How far down into the hardware do you go, or do you go there yet?
So we go as far as the firmware.
Okay.
The CodeSecure engine can analyze everything from enterprise software down to firmware, multiple algorithms in use that can recognize binary patterns, even in code that has no obvious signature, for example. But yes, chipsets is not in our purview right now.
Yeah, it's a whole nother set of challenges, right?
That's right.
As a delivery vehicle. So doing organizations, collaborations, joint ventures, other things, they're to make them successful, my experience has been, there has to be some things or a thing that's a shared goal, objective, but your organizations get something from that. What would you describe as why are you doing this together? What's the reason why you're better together? It's going to help you both. Do you want to start, Dimitri?
So that's a good point, and I think that one of the strongest things that we observe by this type of collaboration is really industry leaders jointly coming together to solve a problem, a big problem in the industry, right? So actually, we are an enabler for these SBOMs to come in place. And one of the things that are really great is that, okay, so you have the SBOM, now what you do with it, right? And we all know the culture of shifting left and the DevSecOps and DevOps culture, right? That organizations are adopted already many years ago, and today it's getting to the kind of highest level. There is no organization.
Left and right and up and down, right?
So that's the point. Like
supply chain.
The shifting right, if we think about that, what is shifting right? Shifting right is really shifting to the consumer and the actual user of the software-based product.
Good point. It doesn't
right?
end at the,
it doesn't
I
end.
haven't finished it, now I got to
exactly.
distribute it. Really
because they're going to operate it for years, for many years, and what we don't know today, we're going to discover tomorrow, right? Because new vulnerabilities have been found out, new attacks, supply chain, sophisticated supply chain attacks been found out on a daily basis, like XZ attack, right?
Yep.
That was in the works for a couple of years. And this is why it's so important for organizations to include in their defensive mechanisms this shifting right culture, because hey, shifting right, it's not you who produce the software. Yes, you would monitor your software, you make sure you're doing the best job in the world, right? To keep it up to date and to fix vulnerabilities and to release new patches, but it's also going now into the enterprise zone at the customer, because customer is the end user is responsible for shifting right. And they need this transparency, they need this visibility in depth to understand what inside these software products, and they also need to tie this into their asset management systems and solutions to understand where these products are in their enterprise. Is it in the cafeteria or it's in the production floor of vehicle, large car manufacturer? And that's what we're bringing, right? So that's the value that we are both seeing here, right? And that's what will help us to grow this business further.
Interesting. Walter, it sounds too like some problems are bigger than one company can solve alone.
That's right.
Right, and you need the expertise, the markets that different companies possess to come together. Is that what's happening here? It seems like that's very much about what you guys have put together.
Yeah, I think so. At Code Secure, right, it says it all in the name of our company, right? That's our mission, is to secure things everywhere there's code, right? And what is nice about a partner like Cybeats, what we found is not only does their technology complement ours in that it extends what we're doing in generating SBOMs into making those SBOMs more valuable and usable for the end customer or end user. They've got a lot of technology that makes sure the SBOM is 100% correct and is valid, and takes a lot of work away, let's say, from an end customer to have to do that, right? Partnered with our ability to bring a really accurate SBOM based on a binary to them, we can achieve that mission of securing code together. And that's why I think this partnership is a really great idea and a really strong one.
Great, great. What do you hope to accomplish over the next 12 to, say, 24 months? What's when launching it, you have some goals, some things that you want to have happen. What would you describe? I'll ask you next too, Dimitri.
Yeah, so I think, we're very excited about the idea of enabling companies and organizations, governments that are struggling with how to get started in this SBOM world, that this solution can really lower the barrier to entry for them, right? And so everybody's talking about SBOMs at the show. It's everywhere.
But nobody's doing anything about it. No,
that's right.
It's a big, sometimes it's a really massive problem to how do I get started?
How do you get started, exactly, right? And so what we want to say to everyone is there's an easy way to get started. Come to the BCA Marketplace, sign up for a trial, try out your most problematic or popular piece of software and see what you get out of our tools, our joint solution that we've put together here, and you can get started really quickly and easily on that road to what ultimately is compliance, right? And that's, we've talked to a lot of customers that are very concerned about how they're going to comply with legislation, and we can help you. That's the message. We can help you do it. It's easy to do, and it's quite frankly no harder than sending an email with an attachment. That's how easy it is to use this system. So anybody can get started. They just have to come pay us a visit.
Boy, sometimes that's an insurmountable problem. How do we comply with the legislation, the requirements, the governance? Dimitri, so what's the name of the site, first of all, that folks can go to or send an email? How do they do this?
So
to send a binary in?
How do they get to it?
So they just can get to our website, www.cybeats.com, and they will be able to find there under one of our products. It's a separate product, so the users of the BCA Marketplace, they don't have to buy our main solution. They just can go in and use the BCA Marketplace to produce SBOMs, and the moment they will need to create value out of these SBOMs, that's where they, of course, can also use our SBOM Studio solution for start managing these SBOMs.
Great. Can they go to your website also, or is that the kind of entry?
No, that's the entry point over there.
Okay.
And so we talked a little bit about generating SBOMs. We should mention like everything that we're generating is industry standard format. So all our SBOMs are shareable, exportable, importable. So, we've got Cyclone DX, SPDX formats, everything you need to get started. So if there's a buzzword you're concerned about, you can come to the BCA Marketplace. We're going to help you out with it.
You don't have to figure it out.
That's right. You don't need to figure it out. We've figured it out.
Excellent.
We remove the friction out of the equation.
Yeah, that's all about. Okay, excellent. That's great news. So Cybeats, CYBEATS.com, is that right?
That's correct.
Good, excellent. Anything else about the announcement we haven't covered yet? Did we hit all the important stuff?
I think, we did. I mean, you have issues with compliance, you're worried about the legislation, you need an easy way to get started producing an SBOM that's compliant and will help you, with regulatory agencies. BCA Marketplace can help.
One of the things I like about this too is you don't have to back all the way up and kind of rebuild your whole process to generate SBOMs in a systematic way. Yes, you want to do that, but you can also, whether you're starting kind of at what you're producing or you're validating what you produce, with all of that up front, you can go kind of start wherever you are to help lower those barriers and reduce the friction. So, all right, guys, we wish you the best. Congratulations on the launch and the announcement, and hopefully this takes off and fills the need that everybody has. So,
thanks, Mitch.
Thank you.
Great.
Appreciate
it.
Walter and Dimitri. Great innovations and sometimes innovations as partnerships, bringing the right things together to solve problems in unique ways or filling gaps. It's not easy to suddenly go from we aren't doing it to we have to do it. And how do we get started and where do we get started? There you go. There's a place to do that. So check out Cybeats.com to get started with the binary composition analysis marketplace. There you go. That rolls off the tongue. Good stuff. All right, guys, thank you. And have a good rest of your RSA. Thanks for joining us. We have another great interview coming right up, so don't go away. We'll be back in a moment.
Hello, I'm Krista Maycomber with Techstrong TV, and we are live here at the RSA conference. I have the pleasure of sitting down with Anand Aswal, who is the SVP and GM of the network security business with Palo Alto Networks. Anand, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, how is the show going for you so far? Yeah,
Already,
yeah, I know it's
busy.
Already busy, right? I know we're sitting here actually early Monday afternoon, but the conference is already, as you can see, full swing. And so, Anand, I figured we would kind of jump right into it. So, no surprise, artificial intelligence is a big theme, here at the conference, as it is really kind of in the tech world at large. And I know before we, kind of hit the record button here, you and I were talking about there's definitely a few dynamics to adoption that we're seeing, and one of the components that I figured we'd start with is the fact that as these artificial intelligence applications are being built and coming to market, employees are beginning to access them without the knowledge of IT. It is that old challenge of, kind of this shadow adoption. So can you talk a little bit about, are you seeing that as well, maybe within your customer base at Palo Alto?
First, let me say, look, AI is transforming business.
Yeah.
It's adding significant value
Yeah.
to every single enterprise. The rate of adoption of AI, the technology, is faster than any technology in the history of mankind, right? If you think of AI applications that employees of organizations are using to increase their productivity, there are thousands of applications available. I read a research recently which said that over 57% of all employees are using these Gen AI applications and tools, whether IT is aware of it or not.
Exactly.
That's happening.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. And I think, kind of another component that we're seeing is that organizations are not only using some of these, kind of more general purpose AI applications, they're also creating custom AI applications to better kind of serve the needs of their, of their business and of their customers. And there's a whole slew of kind of infrastructure considerations that comes along with that, things of that nature.
Absolutely. So let's tackle the first one you talked about, employees accessing these new tools available without IT being aware of it. And there are a plethora of such tools, right? From tools which are productivity enhancing tools, which will automate your workflow analysis, your data analysis, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
To developers using these tools to write code, to complete code, to simplify code, to automate their workflows, to sales and marketing people.
Yeah.
Like, they're using it to write their blogs, marketing emails, generating collateral, and so on and so forth. And we have thousands of such applications coming in every day. And this number keeps increasing. What IT really needs is to understand who's accessing what application and why.
Yep.
Then you need to decide, should I allow this application? Should I deny the application?
Yeah.
Or should I limit usage of this application? If you allow an application, you want to ensure that it has secure usage. And you have the right level of controls that you can have only the sensitive data not leak out. But that's a big concern for organizations.
Yes.
Right? And last but not the least, many of these applications are sending responses back to you. How do you ensure that you don't have malicious attacks coming in to your enterprise? So all of this makes it a very holistic solution.
Yeah.
So really you want to have visibility, you want to have full access control,
Yes.
you want to have complete data protection control and the granular controls,
Yep.
and then protect your organization from all these threats. That's really what makes it complete.
Certainly not. And we're seeing that as well. I think, a couple of the big considerations, just to echo your comments, certainly are, making sure that the AI application is kind of securely accessing data, not accessing data that may be, from an overprivileged perspective. And as you mentioned, the flip side of the coin too is kind of, maybe especially when we think about generative AI, the content that it's being generated and kind of the integrity and security behind that. So maybe we can take a moment here and talk a little bit about Palo Alto Networks. Can you share a little bit? I believe you have an announcement.
Yes.
So can we share a little bit about what Palo Alto Networks is doing to address these issues?
Yes. Palo Alto Networks is having a holistic, complete solution. How do you secure AI by design? And that falls into the two categories we talked earlier about. Securing employees using these Gen AI applications and ensuring that your network security administrator, IT, has visibility, has control, has granular data protection policies in place and threat protection policies in place. Now, the other factor is that every organization is building these AI-powered applications because they want to transform their business. They want to engage with their customers in different ways. And I say AI-powered application is really the third wave of application transformation. Long ago, applications were built on a 3-tier architecture.
Yeah.
You had your front end, you had your application, and you had a database. Then came the cloud. Cloud said, let me help organizations now modernize these applications using microservices. AI-powered application is the third wave. And it's not just plugging in a model to an application and saying you're done. You're bringing in entire new app stack, AI infrastructure, AI models, tools and plugins, data sets. And all these are communicating with each other and the outside world. This increases the attack surface. Attack surface from a supply chain perspective, from a configuration perspective, and runtime perspective. So we are basically having a holistic solution, AI security posture management and AI runtime security to ensure that applications that you build for your enterprises are secured by design.
So it's kind of, it sounds to me like it's both sides of the spectrum. Excuse me. So it's, as you mentioned, having that security posture up front, as the application is being developed to make sure kind of that it's secure at the start. And then once it's actually moved to runtime, having that visibility into the threats and things of that nature.
If you think of AI security posture management, it's really about identifying and remediating all the risks you're seeing on supply chain, all the misconfigurations you're seeing, all the awareness that you need to have around sensitive data that is not secured. And then AI runtime protection is around protecting your applications, your models, and data from all these new threats that we are seeing in the AI work. If you think of AI-powered applications, they have the same threats as classic applications, but then they are AI-specific threats. Threats around things like prompt injection, which in very simplistic terms is, how does the attacker fool the model to go beyond the guardrails to give you that information that they would not give you in normal case? Information about your training data or sensitive information about your clients. Similarly, you have model DOS attacks or data leakage attacks. All of these need to be thought through holistically when you're protecting your new AI-powered application.
Sure. So Manan, can you share about specifically what Palo Alto Networks is announcing here at the show?
Yeah. So 3 products. First, AI access security, ensuring that any user, whether you're in the office, at home, from any device, from managed devices or unmanaged devices, are able to access these Gen AI applications, which help them increase their productivity, but do it in a secure fashion. And second, as organizations are building these applications, how do you ensure that they have the right security posture? So supply chain risks, configuration risks, data exposure risks, and AI runtime security for ensuring that all the runtime threats that we see, they're protected against those. That's what we're announcing tomorrow, really around how do we ensure that organization secure all the AI usage by design.
Sure. That makes a lot of sense. And I think maybe one topic that we didn't touch on is the fact that, customers are going to be, accessing these AI applications through perhaps their cell phone, through a whole variety of means, maybe an unsecure browser, that kind of circling back to this concept of, shadow IT, maybe are outside of the control of IT or maybe just not as secure as we would like. Can you talk a little bit about how the new announcements are going to address that?
Sure. 90% of all successful ransomware originates from unmanaged devices. About 80% of all data breaches happen from applications that you're using in the browser. For the most part today, I'm working in my browser, right? So what Secure Enterprise Browser gives you is ensuring that for your unmanaged devices, you're having complete protection. Complete protection from a zero trust network access perspective, complete protection from a workspace perspective, and all the data controls that you need for your applications you access. And then even for your managed devices, you're adding a new layer of protection to protect these devices from all the advanced phishing attacks that's happening on the browser. The browser is the only entity that sees everything unencrypted. And it's really the right place where you can apply all these granular controls and prevent you from attacks that you've never seen before.
And that's very important because we do see that kind of phishing and social engineering. These are still the primary ways, or a very important, prominent way that attackers are, kind of penetrating our networks and our environments and gaining access.
100%. 100% agree. It also helps simplify IT. Today, a lot of times, when you're having contractors onboarded, you have to ship them a laptop. And sometimes they're working only for a week or 2 weeks a month, and it's very cumbersome. Or you use tools like VDI or Desktop as a Service, which are, slow and clunky. Secure Enterprise Browser is a very nice, elegant solution to address those use cases, to simplify IT, but at the same time, get all the security controls you get with your SASE architecture. So we have completely integrated them with our SASE offering.
Excellent, excellent. Well, Anand, thank you so much. This has been a very insightful conversation. We really appreciate you sitting down with us here at RSA Conference 2024. And we would also like to thank our audience for watching. Again, this has been Techstrong TV, and please tune in for more of our great content coming up here at the show.
Everybody, Mitch Ashley here at RSAC 2024 in San Francisco. It's Wednesday, whatever day number that is for you. It all depends on, I guess, when you start. I've been here since Saturday, so quite a few days into it. You know, I have a great pleasure of talking to so many companies who are doing fantastic things with their customer, for their customers, and in our industry. And Imperva is one of those companies that I often get to talk with Pam Murphy and many of the folks at the company. Today, I'm talking with someone new I've not chatted with before, Nani Singh, who is Chief Customer Officer as well as Application Security, GM, right? Fantastic. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mitch. Yes, I took on an expanded role after the acquisition of Imperva by Thales. I was Chief Customer Officer of Imperva and continue to perform that role. And now I'm also responsible for the application security business and all of our products in the roadmap.
Very nice. So you're going to have now that product GM, P&L responsibility as well as the broader role, right?
Absolutely, yes. And you know, I've spent my career in cybersecurity and in customer-facing roles. And I think that what I bring to this role is a customer-first mindset. And you know, we're not doing science experiments with our products. We are looking to solve real customer problems. That's one. And the second thing is that I've always believed in taking the feedback from the customer and working it into our processes that serve the customer. And we've done that in terms of taking the feedback and tactically working in that feedback into our roadmaps. But now what we are really focused on is design partnership with our customers and taking their input in the vision of our application product portfolio and our strategy. And I've had a lot of those discussions here this week. And I have to say, I am energized by the conversations and by the level of engagement. So it's exciting. It's exciting to be here at RSA.
Fantastic. We can talk about all kinds of security things. One of my favorite topics is application security. And, you know, I've been coming to RSA too for a while, and a number of years actually. And it was really kind of last year, maybe the last 2 years, where application security kind of came above the fray. People in the security world were talking about AppSec and APIs and, you know, kind of waiting is, when is that going to happen? It seems like we've kind of arrived. Of course, there's more we can do. What are you hearing from customers? What are some of the challenges people are moving to cloud native and microservices and API first, and maybe things that security people didn't talk about a couple of years ago, but now it's all part of the conversation?
Absolutely. So I think what, you know, over the last decade, you've probably heard about digital transformation, the migration to the cloud, right? But when the pandemic hit, the digital transformation got expedited, right? I always use this example of how our experience as consumers changed. A very easy example is one of us going into a restaurant to order food. We don't really touch paper menus anymore. We pull out our phones and we scan a QR code. And what is that doing? That's using an API from your mobile device to pull up a menu. Right? And then you're making a selection and you're hitting pay, and now that's another API call from that application over to maybe a backend that is processing that transaction. So I think that digital transformation just got accelerated during the pandemic. And then what I see with our customers is that they have applications pretty much everywhere. They're all in different stages of their migration to the cloud, and some have lifted and shifted and now realize that they weren't really taking advantage of everything that the cloud infrastructure gave them. So there's a lot more discussion about cloud native. So the way that I see this is that we have to be where our customers are, and we have to secure applications where our customers choose to deploy them. And that is what we are focused on at Imperva, is providing the best-in-class security that we've provided for decades. Imperva has been around for a couple of decades now, has been a WAF leader for a very long time. And one of the things that has put us on top is our focus on security. And we take great pride in that, and we lead with a focus on efficacy.
Excellent. You know, that transformation the digital part of it, it seems like we've gone through an organizational transformation too when we talk about security. Are most of those conversations around AppSec, API security happening still in the development teams, or you see more of it happening in the security teams? Are they working together more on those in that area?
They're happening everywhere because I'm increasingly seeing roles like Chief Digital Officer, Chief E-commerce Officer, because what has happened is that the business has shifted to being digital first. And what that requires is it's not just about the security people securing the applications, the developers developing the applications. It's about enabling a customer experience. And how do you do that while minimizing the risk to your business? So it's a conversation that everyone is involved in now.
One of the things I'm really excited about your combination of roles is it's easy to get locked into the technology of it, the security of it, the application development of it, and securing APIs. Ultimately, that's all in service to something else, right? I think you mentioned mobile. Think about how many more mobile apps are part of our digital experience now. What mobile app doesn't use APIs? Very few mobile apps just live on your phone. All the rest is through APIs. It wouldn't be enabled that way. And we live in a world where that communication has got to be just as secure, if not more so, than the overall experience, right?
Absolutely. I think that the one conversation that all of our customers and even prospects want to have with us right now is about API security. And I think that, we are now talking about WAF and API security together. The other thing that we also see is that a lot of the attacks on the APIs are actually bots, because almost 50% of the internet traffic is bots. So our API security product ties in really well with the offering we have on advanced bot protection. And we see that, we're actually solving real business problems with those offerings.
It's interesting, even the CDN, the network providers, say numbers of 70–80+% of our traffic is API traffic,
yes.
Not just HTTP, right? Web traffic. So it is the commerce, it is the communication mechanism we talk about. How do you, as Chief Customer Officer, how do you think about helping your customers deliver better security, but not lose the customer in the process?
That's a really good question. So I think that the very first thing is you have to eliminate as far as possible false positives, right? Because security has to enable the business. And that is really one of the things that I'm most proud about with our, especially our Cloud WAF solution. More than 90% of our customers use us in blocking mode with almost no exceptions to policy.
And what percentage was that? How many?
It's actually 92%.
That's
to be
amazing,
precise.
because being around in security a while, that's a big, to flip that switch into auto response is a big commitment.
Absolutely, and in
That's
fact, we've been meeting with customers here, and every time we ask them, we say, are you using, when you onboard a new application, do you onboard it in blocking mode? And they go, oh yes. And we're like, can we record you? Because when we talk to customers who haven't experienced Imperva's solution, they find that hard to believe. And it is actually the truth. And we have obviously many customers who are happy to be references as well and talk about their experience. But that's really what it is about, is how do you enable business and how do you not get in the way of business? Because you never want to be, well, the app was down because, a security policy triggered something that it shouldn't have. And the other thing that we find now is that our CISOs are often asking us to help them explain what our solutions did for them, right? How many attacks did you block? So that they can really explain the value that the security products are bringing to the company.
Yeah, we don't report metrics on how many good things happened that we didn't have to invoke that blocking, right?
Yeah.
It's interesting. I quite a while ago, I interviewed a former CISO from Twitter, and one of the things that they said to me was, when I look at security technology solutions, I always evaluate it on what's going to decrease work, what's going to increase work, because I can't hire more people. I don't either have staff or money or ability to find those people. Is that something you see today still with CISO? Yes. I can imagine. We're always talking about how do we find all these security people. Well, they're never going to be enough, it seems like.
There's already a shortage, has been for a really long time. So when we think about our roadmap, I talked about security efficacy as one of the pillars for our roadmap because we are a security company first. Yes, there are, we have CDN capabilities, but we don't lead with that. But the second big category is operational efficiency. So we look at ways in which that we can minimize the work that a security team has to do. And a lot of the discussions more recently have been around, can you explain to me what happened? And can you perhaps, and I have to throw this in there because it wouldn't be an RSA discussion without saying Gen AI.
I was waiting. If you didn't bring it up, I would.
So how do we use Gen AI to take all of that data, that wonderful data we have from our threat research and all of the customers we protect, and explain what is going on and how we prevented those attacks. So it's an exciting time.
We're definitely in that evolutionary state, really kind of figuring out all the things we might do, can do, will do with Gen AI right now today. You mentioned something about combination of web application firewall and application security, or API security, sorry. Why are those two things in combination a powerful thing to do?
Well, I think that all applications are now basically API enabled. And you cannot talk about securing the application without talking about securing the APIs. And I think one of the biggest problems today is that APIs are everywhere. And the first thing that people often need to do is to discover what's out there.
Very true.
And then get into, well, where are the risks in, and actually detect where the problems are in those APIs. And then the next step is remediate them. Right.
Very good. What are some other conversations you're having with customers, not naming names, that are really kind of piquing your interest about either current or maybe some emerging challenges that they're having in AppSec?
So we are actually about to very soon release a containerized WAF solution, and that solution is right now in beta with many customers around the world. And as we talk about that solution with more customers, it is really resonating. And it's almost like they are relieved that we can offer them the same level of security that they have been used to with our SaaS-delivered Cloud WAF in a Kubernetes environment.
Oh, interesting.
So I think that is the one that I would call out. And bots. Anyone who's in the travel industry or hospitality industry in particular, any e-commerce, they have a bot problem, so they want to talk about that. And of course, PCI 4.0. We've got to get compliant.
Privacy, ever-evolving landscape too. Yeah, I'm curious about, so the containerized container security that you're delivering, so this is not part of the SaaS service. This is something that they can operate within their environment.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
Customer managed.
Good. Is that tied to moving to a microservices Kubernetes architecture, or
Yes.
is it can use containerized without going down that path?
Well, right now the focus is the Kubernetes architecture, and it's really our solution that allows our customers who want to go that route to get the best of what Imperva has had in the past several years. So what we've done is really taken the engine of our Cloud WAF and enabled that in a Kubernetes cluster.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's got to be an advantage too of they're already operating your WAF in other environments. Now they can do it within Kubernetes also. And we're familiar, we know how it works, we know how to manage it, tune it, monitor it.
And it's the same console. It's the same console. So wherever you've deployed our different, WAF options, you still get to manage it off the same console.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Are there any things happening in the, you mentioned AI, Gen AI. There's also the regulatory front to that, which is probably a little more active on the European side maybe than the US, though there have been, presidential orders and things like that.
Yes.
But you can't turn on the news without, this person said, the dangers of AI, this person said they extolled the benefits of AI. It seems like it could be a solution to our skills and resourcing challenges. But it also seems like a big part of it is the bad guys are going to use it. We need to use it too, right? It has to be part of our arsenal, to use that metaphor, for what we do.
Bad guys are using it. One of the things that we've seen is that there's been a proliferation of simple bots because it's now very easy without having to really know how to code very well. You can actually use AI to create a simple bot. So bad guys are using it. We are definitely seeing that. I think that there is obviously a lot of hype right now. Everybody is talking about AI. But I like to think that I'm an AI optimist. And I like to think that we will do good things with AI as humanity. And I think in cybersecurity, we all aim to do good things. We aim to secure users and secure our customers and our employees. So I am hopeful for what AI will do for security. I think security was already in that realm. So much of machine language was already, ML was already being used, right? Of course, now we're talking about Gen AI, which is obviously different. But we've been leading the way in the security industry. So I think that we will continue to lead the way there as well.
Well, we've learned a lot managing all the data that it takes to power and use machine language algorithms on and models for artificial intelligence. And yes, LLMs and all the acronyms that are part of Gen AI bring some new things to it, but it's not totally unfamiliar with us, right? You've been going down this road for quite some time.
Yes. In fact, a lot of the secret sauce in our WAF is all ML. It's all machine learning. And we will continue to develop that as we...
Great. Very good. So the future question, right, which means you can't be wrong because nobody can say what the future is going to be. What do you think, what kind of things might we be talking about a year from now at RSA that are either continuations of current themes or maybe some new ones? Any thoughts on that? That's not a trick question. There's no wrong answer.
Yeah. Well, I think this, from a risk standpoint, I think the whole deep fake thing, it's going to be something we think about. So I had a very interesting conversation just earlier today with a customer from the APAC region. And, they were saying that one of the things they're concerned about is their bank, and is that when people use their banking mobile application, they open it with the Face ID, right? And they're wondering whether we should be worrying about deepfakes because they've started to hear about it. I haven't personally heard of a specific breach or something that happened because of it, but I think we'll be talking about that.
Well, if we can kind of connect the dots, the adversaries are already doing that too, right? But I've kind of thought about, could somebody take a deep fake and create a 3D model of it and use that to get onto your phone? There's going to be some way they'll figure out how to leverage that.
Right.
Sure.
I mean, there's so much in the news these days of people using CFO's voice and, and basically faking it to call an employee. Wire the money, exactly. Yeah. So I don't think we might be talking about it more next year.
I think you're right. I wouldn't be surprised if we do. Well, Nina, it's great been talking to you, and thanks for coming by and sharing with us both the customer perspective as well as application security and the kind of things you're hearing and working on with your customer. We look forward to the containerized WAF kind of continuing to evolve and eventually coming out. Congratulations on being part of the Thales organization.
Thank you very much.
Boy, I remember when that was certificates for my server, right? Long days ago. Many more things than Thales is today, so including Impervis. So it's been a pleasure talking with you. Look forward
Likewise.
to our next conversation. Hope you'll be back.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
All right. So application security, that's one of my favorite topics, of course, as well as customer experience. That's a big one too. So we don't often make that part of our conversation. I think we should more. And some great insights from Nina, because she's talking with customers so much as part of her role, also general manager over AppSec. So thanks to Nina and the Imperva team for being here. We'll be back with another great interview. Can't promise it will be quite as good as this one, but it will be fantastic either way. We'll be back in just a moment. Hi, everybody. Mitch Ashley here at RSAC 2024 in San Francisco. It's always good to be back. I tell you, the energy is super high. A lot of people in attendance here. A lot of conversations happening, and I have the great privilege of being joined by Barry Main, CEO with Forescout. Welcome, Barry.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks for having me.
We haven't talked before, so I'm excited to chat with you. Many things that Forescout does. I know one of the conversations we've been having is around the kind of explosion of the attack surface, the number of devices that we're having to worry about security for. OT, IoT devices,
right,
just to name a few, is on a lot of people's lists because we have so many more digital experiences now that's either part of our ecosystem or been added through an acquisition or whatever it might be. I'd love to hear your perspective on some of the conversations you're having about this.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, I think as an industry, people kind of understand they have a security stack for traditional devices, laptops, PCs, mobile phones. And the attack surface that we know from our research and also dealing with a lot of the customers is smart things. And they could be electronic cameras, doors, televisions. It could be industrial automation machines, where they're smart now. Many of these things are antiquated, but they were connected, and they pose a real threat to, it could be man and or machine, and also just social unrest if it was a power plant, for example.
Yeah, we think of Wi-Fi enabled as a feature, but it also presents a whole set of challenges.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And I'll tell you a little interesting story too. I think the ecosystem and how these machines are built, I spent 10 years at a company called Wind River. We were basically the operating system to power Internet of Things and OT devices.
Yeah.
And we tens of millions of devices were deployed on our software. And one of the things that we would do, how the sales process works, is you go through the design win phase and you're working with the engineers and sometimes a third-party board vendor or what have you. And so at one point we were tasked with, hey, for the design win, you need to have an IP stack because it needs to be smart. So we went out, got an IP stack, not IPv4, not IPv6, just an IP stack. And we actually had in our T's and C's, this is not a commercial IP stack. Fast forward, 8 years later, I'm at Forescout. We have our research lab, and about 10 months ago, the most breached operating system in IoT and OT was Wind River, and it was that TCP IP stack.
Interesting.
Interesting. Crazy, right? People just said, oh, it works, I'll go use it, and it gets out there. And these things are wind turbines, these are people movers. They're hard to update. They've been there for a long time, and they pose a real threat to
It's not just garage door openers and thermostats, right?
No.
These are like commercial, in some case, critical infrastructure. In my working in the IoT industry too, part of that evolution was it's sort of sell it and forget it, right? For so many years, we'll cover it in the next edition, the next version of this product that will come out in 6 to 9 months. You didn't have to update software. You didn't have to worry about it. Now it's it's connectable, but it's not manageable. It's not updated. Now that's started to change, but it's not the way we would manage infrastructure or servers or cloud things.
And this whole notion of patch and vulnerability, we didn't have that concept.
Right.
It was embedded, set it, forget it, and then you're right, it sits there and just works. And that works until it doesn't.
Until it doesn't. And I remember there were so many conversations about the life expectancy. We think this is a 10-year life cycle for this product. 25 years later, it's still out there operating and running. Right?
That's exactly right.
What it was created with, either off the assembly line or not too far past it.
Yeah. I saw at one of our customers, they had air conditioning units from Rheem, and I knew the version. We had done a project at Wind River. It's 20 years almost. Still, in a large facility working. Crazy.
So is it the move to so many more digital experiences that companies have made, during the pandemic and other reasons? Is that why IoT and OT are such a bigger part of our attack surface now, or are there other factors driving this problem?
Yeah, so there's a couple things. One, I think the threat actors are getting smarter.
Okay.
Because they say, hey, look, there's so much emphasis on traditional devices, I'll go look elsewhere. So there's the first thing. Second thing is, these legacy devices are connected now. So now they pose a threat. You can go in there and mess with them, turn them on, turn them off. Some are pretty easy to do. And I also feel like federal governments, whether it's in the United States or also the European Union, where they have disclosure. So, hey, you got 4 days to disclose, and that includes OT and IoT devices. So, and you got the personal liability, CEO, COO, CFO, if you don't do that. So, I think that when there's mystery, there's complexity, there's risk, there's usually an opportunity to go help solve those problems.
Well, and the risk is to customers and users, but it's also to ourselves, our own networks, our own infrastructure, et cetera, right? I mean, that IoT device could now, doesn't have to go downstream, could be upstream.
That's exactly right.
Easily.
That's exactly right.
What are some of the, when I saw that order come out about the 4-day disclosure, sort of, well, then how do you know? What's the thing that says, okay, that starts the clock? Have we kind of dialed that in better, or is it still, you got to hire 10 consultants and take 7 out of 10's opinion to say that's when we'll do it?
I think it's a bit of both. I mean, because it's materially, known. So there's probably a little bit of a soak time on that, but it's still got to be pretty quick. And, hey, if you have an outage, you think it was a breach, you need to, mention it. You don't have to have the exact details yet, but you have to have I'm going to disclose, here's what we think it is, right? So no longer can we say, hey, let me take 6 months before I figure it out. Can't do that anymore.
Well, I imagine you don't want to disclose and say, this happened, but we have no idea what the impact is.
Yeah,
you got to have some assessment of what it is, and I don't know if you ever to report, here's what actions we've taken or are planning
that's exactly
to take.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think, though, the first thing, we were just kind of thinking about this is that people want to know, just show me what's on the network, tell me what it is, where is it, and track behavior and risk over time. And if you can start with that, it'll help you, get a good, kind of framework so that if you do get breached, you can see here's over time, here's what's changed. Hey, we think it's this area, it's these devices, that kind of thing. So I think that practice has been, I see a lot of customers, if they're not there yet, they're going towards that kind of, hey, I got to have my assets, I got to have the risk associated with them, and then give me some control so that I can actually do things and some reporting. And it will help them with that disclosure.
Yeah, forever we always talk about single pane of glass and one place to look for everything. The world's so complex, I don't know that really is a plausible answer. It seems like being able to see the entire ecosystem of what's going on, but also dive into and understand different aspects, where they're connected, what's happening between all of that. Is that an accurate sort of description of the problem space you're trying to pinpoint?
Yeah, so I hear that the pain is PAIN. It's a real pain to go through that.
Single pane of glass, or glass of pain is
glass
the other
of pain,
one. Right?
Yeah, exactly right. I think people wanting to go and say, hey, maybe take a different perspective. They've got a lot of data. So what's the way they need to look at the data? And people are taking I need a device view, and I need a classification view, like what is the type of device and version, stuff like that. And I need to understand behavior and get a risk model. Those 3 things, I talk to many CISOs and federal government, they're like, hey, we're really taking that approach. And we need to take a network approach, because with OT and IoT devices, you can't install an agent on it.
Right.
So you have to look at the behavior of that device. And all devices, communicate a behavior, and the manufacturers kind of put, hey, here's if then else on the behavior. And so if you have people that we call our liquid sensors, if we put a sensor and we can look at that traffic, we understand the database has a set of conditions, we can say, that's that device. It's a PLC from Schneider Electric. Here's the version, here's this. This behavior is not okay. There's CPU's too high, the memory's, utilization's too high. Then we can do control and block it. So we provide people with a, way to agentlessly manage those. And that seems to be a really, really big, kind of headache that people have and a pain that we can solve for them.
So I have to ask the AI question. It seems like we're barreling down the track with not only, ML, AI, ML, but also generative AI. A lot of discussion about at the edge, on the end device. Now we're talking about IoT, whether it's a smartphone or maybe other things. What are you thinking about? Maybe what are you helping customers think about to prepare for that? Maybe it's already here. I don't know if it's totally here, but we will kind of think about those things now to prepare ourselves for AI distributed across.
Yeah, so we're taking a little bit different approach with AI. We have a product, it's an alpha right now called Pensare. And one of the challenges is now you go and you made a point of saying, well, now I get to have all this, asset visibility. Be careful what you ask for. Now you got a bunch more stuff you got to go see. So can you apply AI to tell people where they should focus? Like, show me the devices that, fall out of this risk window. And, it'll go and look at the data and come back and say, here are the so just helping people see where they need to focus their time is like number one for everyone. When we go talk to our customers, they're like, AI is really cool, but if it could be smart enough to tell us to start here, because we all know, and you probably get to hear from a lot of your people you interview, that getting people to work in a SOC and a SIM, there's shortages there. There's high burnout, shortages, so can apply a little smarts or AI to be able to have these folks tell them to focus. It also gets people booted up quicker. And they don't have to kind of know how the forensic works. So we've got about 5 or 6 alpha customers we're working with, and it's showing really good promise. A very practical use of AI. So we'll see how that goes, but I'm pretty excited about that.
Yes, the practicality of knowing where to start is a big challenge. It seems like another thing that folks are trying to understand is just the context of how to connect the dots is kind of the easy way to think about it. Some organizations are talking about connected graphs or teamwork graphs, or basically a sophisticated way of saying how do these things relate to each other, and how can you kind of see the ping pong effect of as things happen. Imagine that's another area that we'll see more advancements with applications of AI.
Yeah, and especially as the more data, the more complex it gets, and so the interoperability or the interlocking, components there makes a lot of sense. And so I think we'll start to see more and more of that as a focus from a lot of the vendors like ourselves.
Okay, very good. It's been a pleasure talking with you, and the IoT, OT space, whether it's that sensor in the garage or the windmill, or the thing that's regulating power from the, running the oil well or the pump or the solar energy management device on the side of the house, it's all over. I mean, it really is.
That's exactly
part of our world. I'd love to hear one more thing too. Is Force Scouts tackling this problem with your customer, the largest security problem? What do you think are some of the most important things to focus on for what customers need today and kind of moving forward?
Yeah, I think there's sort of 4 components. One is got to get your asset visibility and classification down. Got to know what's out there. Second thing is you have to build a risk profile that helps you with disclosure, right? Because then you can go see and say, hey, how has things changed over time? And that's a good indicator because you're asked when you disclose how has it changed over time. So you should look at it. The other piece is detection and response. We have some technology that helps people, not only the AI technology that we have here, but technology that helps people understand where they should focus on in the alerts. And the last but not least is the control piece. Like, do you use segmentation to manage do you fire off a ticket in CrowdStrike to go do something, right? That whole control module so that you can actually do something is really key. So usually that's a kind of our buyer journey that people go through, and typically that's where they're leading towards.
And it seems like that even in itself is expanding, because it may expand out of the SOC pretty quickly into software development teams,
exactly
or platform teams, or security, other security personnel. So it's not just security working on security issues.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And in particular, if you're talking about OT and IoT, and you have this big challenge on organizationally, many companies are so bifurcated. You've got your OT folks, they have their own technology folks there, and then you have IT, they're on the other side, and oftentimes they don't really talk a whole lot. And so I do feel like we're starting to see maybe some organizational changes to make sure there's a more communication between the two, and can you share best practices and what kinds of things can happen. We're seeing a lot, and I can tell you meetings that I'm having, now in RSA, there's OT people in there. They weren't before. It was the IT person saying, hey, I got to convince the folks over on the other side that they have to do this.
Arm me with a good story I can go help convince them with.
Exactly.
Well, and having kind of that source of truth, right? It's my data says this, your data says that. Well, here now we've got a more comprehensive look of what's going on that we can all leverage.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Problem space.
Yeah.
Well, good. Thank you, Barry, for coming by.
You're welcome.
It's been a pleasure. I hope we get to do this again, talk some more.
Absolutely.
Love to have you back on Techstrong TV, and have a good rest of the show, and thank you for advancing the conversation with our audience here.
You're welcome.
You bet. Barry Main, CEO with Force Scout. Another fantastic conversation, and first time for me that I've got to talk with Barry, and look forward to more conversations. Please stay tuned. We've got more excellent interviews just like this one to help advance the conversation for all of us. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back in just a moment.
different types of a...
Okay, we're ready. Hi, I'm Mitch Ashley here at RSAC 2024 in Las Vegas, Nevada, talking with a gentleman from JFrog, Field CTO. Really want to find out more about that, but really talking more about how we think about DevSecOps and security more comprehensively in this environment of security and emerging software people. So I'm pleased to be joined by Paul Davis. Welcome, Paul. Good to meet you.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Great. So Field CTO sounds like a fun job. Tell me what a Field CTO does.
CTO, CISO. In this role, it's really about helping companies be more effective at securing their supply chain. Because you can have as many tools as you like, but unless you have the processes, the framework, the operationalization, horrible word, but it works. If you don't have that in place, then it's not going to work. And in today's world, with regulations, they're asking us to be accountable for the entire life cycle of building software.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's gotten very serious in the regulatory front about that.
Oh, yes. With the executive order from the White House last year through to the European Union, to Canada, to Asia Pacific, they're all putting in regulations now because they're realizing the risks associated with software are not going away, and they, regulations help us enforce that.
I know it's not either one of our first RSAs that we've been to, RSACs.
Yeah.
I've always kind of waited for the conversation to start to include software, right? Application security, APIs. Very much part of the conversation landscape today.
Yes.
Don't say that it's dominating it, but it very much is in the fabric of that. And as we were talking before, I think of DevSecOps. I like to use that term both horizontally all the way through the life cycle of software delivery into the environments it's deployed in, but also vertically, the apps we're creating, the infrastructure that it's running on, and the tool chain processes. Software supply chain, about creating all of that. Sounds like you're kind of a similar thinking.
Yeah, with the thing for me is that the developers and security teams have been separate and our tools have been separate. And the problem is for it to work, we have to link them together because they're both generating information which is valuable to both teams. And also the benefits of both strategies mean they both get faster and more effective. We have less incidents, less outages. So when I'm doing my CISO role at strategizing and advising customers, it really is sort of, first of all, giving that first visibility about what they have in place and where their gaps are. And then we can talk about regulatory compliance and the world of SBOMs, which is a whole journey unto itself. But having that infrastructure for both those teams, and I actually break it up into 3 teams because it's devs, AppSec, security, and then sometimes product managers because they're also defining, hey, we want to be FedRAMP certified. So they're the people that put the onus on the devs to make it compliant.
Kind of compliance wrapped around all of that.
Oh yeah, yes. So
very much so. It's interesting. It seems like one of the approaches you're describing is the old adage of we have more in common than we have differences, right? Let's really talk about application security. And I was just as an example, when we talk about cloud native, I'm like, security people, you know this already. It's APIs, it's protocols talking to each other. Used to be systems, now it's microservices. So it's not that different than what you already know.
I mean, it is different in some respects. It's like one of the stats we have is like, if you're writing software, I heard somebody saying this week, 3% of the code is actually written in-house. The rest of it's imported for open source, right? This is sort of unknown. But the fun thing is that it's like machine learning. We got data scientists now. Data scientists code in Python. So we got a new branch of coders now there. We have the developers who are now being asked to, hey, worry about security. But the key thing for us, and especially in the way JFrog thinks about it, we want to keep them in the environment that they're used to working in. I don't want them looking at another ticketing system. I want to use Jira or their IDE for the developers. The security team doesn't want to look at Jira. I've been there, I've got the scars from that. But they want to be in their SIM ticketing systems, their ServiceNows, whatever they're using. And you want to keep them there. But trying to build the bridge is interesting. And many organizations are struggling with this issue about how do I get the 2 teams working together. I've done, for many years, taught programmers to how to be bad, as I say. You teach them how an SQL injection works, how a buffer overflow and cross-site scripting, which I'm going to plug a bit, State of the Union report still indicates, even today, they're a problem.
Still is.
Yeah, still is. Where's the solution? I don't know, but it's still there. But trying to teach them that gives them an understanding. But the thing is, we're not trying to turn them into security dweebs. We're trying to empower them so that they can get faster at delivering their software. Because software developers, like artists, they want to build stuff. They don't want to fix stuff.
Right, right.
And if I can make it easier so they don't have to go and revisit and touch up their packages like a painting, they're going to be happy because they can build more exciting things.
Yeah, I share a lot of that too. Do you think sort of the move to a platform approach is part of the solution of this? Is that part of bridging all the tool gaps and data sources and all of that into a way we can share that information?
I think, you talked about regulations earlier, I think this is mandatory. If you don't have a consistent platform from beginning to end, like almost a framework that you hang the data off, you're not going to get that. And if you don't have that platform perspective, there's going to be gaps. So I really do believe that it's key to have that. And I use the analogy, in the past we had logs on all the firewalls, all the servers. Then we came up with log management. Great, brilliant, log management. Now we can go to one place and see the data. We're going to need to do that with all the security tools. So we have one place to go to see the full life history of how our package was built. That particular build was built. And you can't do that like plugging pieces together.
It reminds me of kind of how we used to do system architecture in IT. Like, here's the boxes of all the things, and here's all the pairwise and NYs. Yeah, it looks like a breadboard, motherboard. Somebody constructed back in the day when we did those things. That's not a platform. That's the other. Let me connect all the dots and just show how complicated, messy, and it's like my wiring closet, right? Back in the day, we were doing that. But platform approach gives you kind of a way to build security in, as opposed to bolting it on through trying to figure out where all these things are.
It is that we have had the traditional sort of knee-jerk reaction and go and buy a point solution. Now, I'm not saying you have to pick one thing.
Yeah, it isn't just living in one thing at all. That doesn't happen either.
But you do have to have that core framework to hook everything together. Mm-hmm. And then, so having that in place, that's one of the things why I'm here at JFrog is we have that. But basically the ability to actually support other tools and have that framework, that consistency, means you get efficiency, and you've got that single place where you're getting all the data.
Mm-hmm. My first exposure to implementing DevOps was using Artifactory back in the day when that was JFrog, if you will. But I think that influences a lot of your direction. I always believe that companies are what they start as. If you're, information, content, artifacts, that drives a lot of your thinking, and that goes across the entire life cycle, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I mean, but it also surprises me. I mean, in this world, how many organizations are building software and don't realize it? Especially for the security team, we don't think about that. We're worried about services and servers and patches and things like that. And all of a sudden, we've got software to worry about and how it's being built, and that's a big stress for CISOs. I mean, I've seen a lot of conversations at this conference about personal liability insurance, because they're worried about the stress of protecting against something happening. That's a big nasty thing happening at the moment.
I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure somewhere in those click boxes to sign up for RSAC was a requirement that we talk about AI.
Yes.
You knew we were going there.
Oh, yes. Right? Sorry, let me talk to my robot.
Let me turn, excuse me, like kind of cyborg that in there. Yeah, tune in, tune on.
Yes.
So I'd love to hear your perspective about, if we're thinking about AI, how does it, I know the adversarial and the kind of good and bad guy part of it, right? There's that. How does it help us deliver better software?
It's really interesting to see the evolution. So I've been doing AI for many years through natural language methods, but now we have this ChatGPT. But there are other engines and they're different qualities, etc. The thing for me is how you regard it. It's like we talk about generative AI, it's generating stuff. I mean, I heard recently we've run out of text to train the AI engines. So now it's going to have to be created.
So it can recurse on itself and
this is kind of scary. So, but the thing is that if we, I look at AI as like an augmentation tool to help. It's part of your toolkit. So you could say, I've written this code, what's wrong with it? Or I've seen some lovely presentations, you've got the CVE, how do you fix it? using AI to augment yourself is brilliant, right? And I use it, so I'll be writing Python code, even though I hate Python. I said it.
I like Python, but okay,
Oh, wow.
that's all right.
Okay,
We'll agree to disagree
okay. Tabs
there.
and spaces?
Yes.
What?
Yeah,
Which
I
one?
don't know. Semicolons, what do you need?
Well, that's C. Okay, let's
Okay.
not go there. Okay. so back to
Brackets, curly brackets are
so, but the thing is, back to the AI, it's how you use it properly, is effectively. And the thing is that there are different aspects of protecting against AI. We have the malicious LLMs, as I call weaponized LLMs, stopping people downloading, just like the recent Docker report we had, which showed we've got nearly 2 million sort of weaponized Docker images, which aren't really images at all.
Yeah.
Right? But you've got that side of it. You've then got the side of it of when generating code. And I think people are realizing now it's not good for that. I've seen some great sort of evolution in that marketplace where, hey, generate a release report or generate a threat model. That's great, things like that. And then using AI to augment by seeing anomalies in huge amounts of text or data is very important as well. So what I'm doing is I'm not relying on it. We could get there one day, but for the moment, I value it for its insight and for it to give me a foundation, a growth path, but I don't just rely on it. I mean, we did a recent survey, and 25% of companies are going to be using AI to generate source code. That scares me. If they said augmenting, I'd be much happier. Take the 80-90% of software that's being brought in, that means, what is it, 30% of that is going to be generated by AI? That worries me. And if you're CISO and you're worried about compliance, how do you attest that it's safe?
How do you know what's generated and what's not when you go to test it or do security testing or whatever?
I'm seeing a lot of activity where organizations saying we only want to allow authorized LLMs, the real ones, not the ones with a
now you
broken
just put up the challenge for every developer to find a way around authorized LLMs, right?
Well, no, security people. I say verify, and then maybe trust. But we have to have the controls. So we don't want to get in the way of the creativity of the developer, but we have to have the controls in place to make sure we stop the bad stuff happening if we can.
It seems extremely simple, too simple to me, but it seems like, don't we want to train LLMs that generate secure code as opposed to just code? Is that too much to ask?
Yes.
It is.
Okay, I'll tell you why.
I find somebody to finally push us back. Please tell me why I can't have secure code out of my LLM.
I'm going to say something terrible, controversial. If you ask somebody, a data scientist, how did it come up with that answer? They won't be able to tell you.
No, we don't know.
So, you go in front of the judge and it says, so is this AI safe and how did it decide this? I don't know. That's not going to work for you. So from that perspective, yes, hopefully we get there one day, but I think we've got to put more controls or not more controls, because controls, just greater understanding or something about AI to make it more reliable.
What about thinking of it as kind of a control plane, not controls? Control plane, because AI can be introduced in so many places in software. Yeah, it can be generating code, it could be automated processing, could be testing, could be test cases, all over the place. So it isn't like controlling. Every time we put in controls, it either slows down or pisses people off or both, right? So why not think about, as things are going through the process, what are the right instrumentation or controls or other process to say, okay, great. This needs to go through this security process, scanning or analysis or something.
I mean, the
Maybe
thing
that's too overhead. I don't know.
They talk about, you can hack ChatGPT. I call it socially engineering it because you're having a conversation.
That's what it is. You can sit here and bang against ChatGPT and find out what the model knows, right?
I mean, we did a CTF showing how you can actually hack yourself way out of the controls and get admin rights. Brilliant demonstration about how you can give instructions.
Useful skill for all of us.
Yeah, we're going to be good. Okay, right? Okay.
See, you bring out the dark side of me.
No. Well, you see, I'm the yin yang. I'm the white hacker. You're the
somebody's got to play the baddie here.
So, but you talk about putting in the controls. The thing is, if we don't understand it, how can we measure it? How can we control it? And that I haven't heard of an answer yet to the problem. All I know is it can definitely improve the efficiencies and highlight information. In the past, I used to have the threat intel teams that would look at these graphs, massive data volumes, and produce these relationships graphs, and you used to look for the anomaly, right? We can do that with AI now. A friend of mine said, said a lot of people, all machine learning is a glorified counting machine. It's counting instances, connections. So it's great for that, and it can handle fast volumes, and it can do it repeatedly without getting bored.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not getting bored, no doubt. I think it's good. There's a toil metric right there, getting bored also. What as you think about kind of as we're progressing, you're talking to people, we're always thinking kind of ahead. What's coming? What do we do? What do you think the conversation might be next year when we come back? You and I sit down. We're meeting next year, right? We're going to talk and chat and say, we should be talking about this. What do you think some of those topics might be?
I think some of them are still going to be there from this year. I think
buffer overflows.
Buffer overflows, SQL injections, cross-site scripting, all that sort of stuff. It's going to be there. But I think we're still going to be struggling with the role of a CISO, defining it, making sure you feel less like you've got a target on your back. I think we're still going to be talking about compliance, but I think also we're going to see some great evolution in the way the tools, I think we're going to see more tools that will evolve to help us with that journey. Because it's like we've opened, I'm not going to say a Pandora's box, but we've opened a new world, and the industry is going to respond and give us something going to be good, something bad, but I think we're going to see additional abilities for us to control this new world.
I think of it almost, not to get too metaphorical about, but it's like opening another dimension. But we, in some ways, we're still thinking about two-dimensional world in a three-dimensional model space.
Okay.
So what things do we have to kind of rethink, and what things advance the way we're currently progressing, right?
I mean, the thing for me is to think of it as a world, as a 360 world. You have to consider all the aspects around software supply chains. So whether it's business impact, risk, speed of delivery, innovation, all those things there. So I think when you're looking at it, don't focus on one problem. Step back and look at the whole picture, and make sure you're seeing all the pieces. And when you think you've seen all the pieces, step back again. As I said, a lot of times people just focus on the developer tools and forget the security tools.
Right.
Or they look at the security tools and they don't think about the integrations. I spend a lot of time talking to customers about how they need to have the data flows nicely, smoothly through, so that, when a Jira ticket's created, something's monitoring for the Jira ticket to be closed, so that the poor security team doesn't have to keep checking Jira to see if it's closed. That sort of symbiotic agent broker system. But for me, the key is step back, understand what you really need to do, understand things like S-bombs and how you should really use them. Unfortunately, I've come up with some new variants of S-bombs. I got told off. More acronyms, no, but there's certain stages where the S-bomb is useful. A lot of people just produce the S-bomb, but we don't know what to do with it.
What to do.
And it's actually got some very definitive stages in it. And it's also, part of it is a living document, which not many people realize.
Right.
So handling that and addressing that. And you've got to bring in the business owners, you've got to bring in security, dev, product, your risk council, whatever. And everybody understand this is what we're trying to do. But be certain that you're not in the business of doing compliance for compliance, but you're improving the business. And you've got metrics that show improved resilience, improved customer trust, those sort of metrics which make a difference if you're delivering service anywhere in the world.
Maybe said another way, I think part of what you're saying is, don't think of software as, when we work on improving how we secure or create software, it isn't improving that. We're actually working on how we improve the business.
Yes.
Right? Because that's the reason, the context we're doing all this. We think about it systemically, right? Systems thinking.
Yeah. I mean, it's improving business. When you're building a business, you want to have innovation, but you also have to be efficient. Whenever I've run organizations, I've had an efficiency target. How do, for example, I remove all the false positives from the vulnerability alerts and actually deal on the real problems. That's a key thing for me, right? So your efficiencies, it is running a business, and you shouldn't disassociate the two. And I know we don't, but it's a key thing we have to think about.
Thank you. Very good. Systemic thinking, right?
Yes.
Look at the bigger, and it takes more than one view perspective to
Yes.
kind of construct that together.
Yes, it does. Yes.
That's why we need to work
it's
together.
It's a team sport.
Exactly.
Yes, it's multiple teams, not just one.
Well, Paul, fantastic talking with you.
It's a pleasure.
And I'm hopeful that we'll get to check in, if not before, certainly by next RSA, and kind of see what we're talking about then.
Yes, thank you.
And we'll guess what we'll talk about the year after that.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
All right.
It's a pleasure.
It's been a fine pleasure. I appreciate you.
Okay.
Paul Davis, Field CTO with JFrog. The great thing about Field CTO is talking with customers, working with customers, understanding the challenges that they have, not just in your product space, but also more systemically, trying to help them improve things, move the ball forward down the field. So thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
We will be back with more great interviews from RSAC 2024 in San Francisco. Thank you for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We have some more great things for you in store.